Let's check and make sure if we're actually live. Yep. All right. This is the 8th round, the National Open. Milind has black against Hakobyan. They're roughly the same age. I don't know what state Hakobyan's out of. I'm not sure what board number this is, but on one of the adjacent boards, Malik is playing Ashritha, and Sabine is playing Wuyang. All right, so let's go through this game here. What do we got? Petrov. Petrov's always a good one for the coach, trainer, whenever you're watching this. And this is a U2100 channel, and that's basically what my club is for, that kind of crowd who's seeking to play in the open section, but not quite there yet. When you lecture about Petrov, you can show the Petrov immortal. The guy was born before 1800, and that just sounds really old. It isn't, but it kind of is. So Petrov he's going way back. So Hakobyan's got white here. E4, E5, knight F3, knight F6. Do not copy past move 6. Just don't do it in the opening. That's black. Don't do it. What's going to happen? Now, this is not a copycat game, but if you copy too long in chess, what happens is, and you're doing the copying, if you're the one copying, what's going to happen is whoever has the initiative, whoever went first, is going to put you in check. And you'll have to get out of check rather than copy their move. So ultimately, your king is going to go down if you copy incorrectly. So generally, don't copy past move 6. You can get close to it, and it doesn't mean you can just go up to 5 in any defense. No. But don't copy past move 6. Just don't do it. So white has the initiative. Knight takes. You're going to see d6. And we don't have a sack on f7. Ooh, that would have been interesting. Milind has seen that, I guarantee you. Okay, so back. d6, knight f3, knight takes e4. Then queen e2, queen e7. Queens are going to come off the board here in a little bit. d3, knight f6, and bishop g5. Pretty standard stuff in the Petrov. Interesting. Could bring up his USCF profile. Let's see what state this kid plays out of. The name sounds very familiar. This kid plays a lot, but I could have him mistaken for someone else or some others. I prefer to play the Petrov a little more dynamically in terms of teaching the students, showing them something to play. If we can, get in a knight c3. Am I remembering this correctly? Hang on, let me check that out quick. I'm thinking of an Alekhine. Yeah, you can do a knight c3. And then that kind of setup. If you play a Nimzovich against a Petrov, which is a knight c3, what you're going to do is castle long and aim everything you got at their king side, which is probably where they're going with their king. So they might go long and they might reposition the other knight onto f6. Can I bring up another board? Let me see if I can do that. Let me play around here a little bit. I have to start. You. Let me see if I can do this. Haha. All right, I'm gonna block the PGN temporarily. Well, at least the box. Okay, just to illustrate what I was talking about. Now, if we've got, okay, so e4, e5, knight f3, knight f6. This is the Russian game, also known as the Petrov defense. Now, white is supposed to take. Of course, black is not supposed to take yet. Too dangerous to take. You play d6 first, the knight backs off. Taking on f7 is really interesting, and you get a ton of play, but you can't do it at this level, I don't think, unless you've got some guts. I have seen this in the open section. I'm not remembering what the name is, but you can look it up. This is a lot of fun to play as white. Black cannot take the e4 pawn because of tactics. That knight is going to drop. So white gets a tremendous center, get your king out of the middle, and black is up the material, but it's bunch ball. It's a lot of bunch ball. So you go to f3, and now knight takes. Okay, so knight here, right? Knight c3. Now if they go back, you've got a lead in development in the move, which is not bad, right? If they take, you're going to take with a d pawn away from the center. Away from the center. And the idea is, do I remember how to do the chess base annotation? Not annotation, the, what is it? Okay, the idea is, let me see if I can do this. Okay, that's going to go there. Maybe this is going to go here. You're going to put your queen up. You're going to castle long. All right, now if they think that, woo, hang on, I'm going to pin, and then I'm going to take. You don't even care. You're going to take with the G pawn, and you're going to aim everything, all your long-range pieces are going to be aimed at the black king side. Now, their king is likely going there. Now, once again, this is a U2100 channel. Their king is likely going there. It doesn't mean it is. Okay? So they could go long, and they could also reposition the queen's knight to get to f6, because their best defender of the castled king on the king side has been destroyed. It's been taken off the board, and it's moved a lot of times. So it's a fun system to play for white, and a lot of Petrov, not a lot, but some Petrov players will stop playing the Petrov because of this line. They just don't like handling it. So something to keep in mind. What's happened in the game? We had a queen tree. Yeah, so you can go to an endgame quickly. It doesn't. It is drawish, but it doesn't mean it's gonna be a draw. Nimzovich systems, the knight c3 can be a lot of fun. They can be a lot of fun to play. That is. Okay, so we had queen takes, bishop takes. Yeah, taken on f7 is the Cochrane Gambit. The Cochrane Gambit. That's I saw it in Berkeley. David Perez was playing in the game. I don't know if he played it or not. And this was 20 years ago, almost. In another world. That old Berkeley chess club with the squeaky floor, and it was cold. It was cold there. They had space heaters. You know, it was a nice event, no doubt. Sometimes what you'll see in a Petrov is a staring contest on the E file where you want to try to gain a tempo with somebody moving a minor piece back from where it was developed to. You can see that. I don't know where the two are on the leaderboard here. I heard a clicking sound, but I don't know. Knight c3. Yeah. Pretty standard stuff. Let me get rid of that other board here. Let's check the other boards. This will be a long one. We're already in the end game, so this is just gonna grind out, which is good. Nothing wrong with that. From my point of view, I suppose if you're a player, it depends what you're playing for. Let's see here. Nizhnik is on board 2. Against someone I'm not familiar with. With some of this crowd. John Daniel Bryant, you know, one of the top boards. Hakobyan. Okay, Malik and Ashrita's board. That position I have never seen. That's... Looks like Ru Yang and Sabina have some sort of Caro-Kann, but no d4, so it's not a Caro-Kann. Center counter, the delayed exchange. Not sure. Let's go back for those of us who maybe haven't seen it before. Let's put this back here. Okay, so we have e4, e5, knight f3, knight f6. Now, why can't black take here? Well, the e-file is too open. If black decides to continue copying, they cannot take the knight. So what's going to happen is they're going to play d6, probably. And white cannot move the knight and keep the queen. So what do you do here? You reinforce your position. And you're up a pawn. So in the Petrov, black cannot copy with the knight capture on e. Yet they have to play d6 and kick the white knight out first, and then you can go ahead and take on e4. Beginners will either learn that the hard way or learn it in class. Hopefully one way or the other, but you're going to see it. You are going to see this in the Petrov. It is more than common. Milind castled. Right, so d6, back off, take. Sometimes what you see is d4. What's funny is there's stories about this, but you know, a player touches their queen's pawn. In this system, you normally go to d4, and black is going to push d5, and it's a showdown over the e4 square. That's typically what happens. But if you're the white pieces here and you touch the d pawn and black touches the d5 pawn, you put it on d3. They've already touched the pawn. Touch move. Bam, resign. It's over. There's an old famous instance of that happening. And I think the guy who d3 is named after, or d4 is named, I have to look up the details of the story. Wasn't Tarash one of those players? Something like that. I need to get my stories straight. It's a good story. I haven't told it in quite a while, apparently. Here to move in the game here. It's just one move? Why am I hearing all these noises? It's just castle long. Well, not nearly as violent as with the queens on the board in terms of an opposite castled position. Milind's going to play h6. White has invaded, and in chess that's a big deal. So you have the bishop on g5. Generally speaking, the longer you allow an opponent to loiter in your territory, the worse it is, because they are up to no good. Now, if h6 is incorrect, which it isn't here, h6 is just fine in this position for black to play. It is not a weakness that white can use against black in any reasonable way ever right now, based on this position. So you can play h6. Now, if h6 is a weakness and you're trying to provoke with invasion, that's different. But otherwise, when the opponent invades your territory, you want to put the question to their invading piece. I don't have the Paint app up. Hang on. All right, we're going to use blue. So clearly, this is the invading piece. So it's up to no good. Kick it out. Kick it out. Put the question to the invading piece. Either take the knight or get out of my territory. 5th rank is black's. So invasion is a very big deal in chess. A very, very big deal. There's a limited amount of resources, and you want all the important ones. And generally speaking, you want to restrict the opponent's choice, movement, and that means using their territory against them. Restriction, attacking squares in their half of the board, so they perhaps can't move there, can't move over there, can't choose this option just because of the opponent's invasion. Red. c6. So Milind's going to... What is he going to do with his white square bishop? Is he going to play b5? Or is he going to play d5? He's going to play d5. Milind's going to play d5. He's setting up a nice pawn chain. He's going to put his white square bishop... Do you put it on f5? I don't know if I put it on f5. You don't put it on e6. You want to provoke a capture and then put a rook on. Your rooks are going to go to e, unless you're going to throw some queenside pawn or two at the white queenside, which seems to be a bit rash. Book is to finish development, rook h to e1. It's going to be a scorcher out there in Vegas today. Of course, they're indoors. You couldn't have a tournament in Las Vegas in the daytime. This time of year, outside. The next intended chess stream will be the candidates, which will be in Madrid. Of course, I won't be in Madrid, I'll be in California. Hopefully. I don't know what happened. What Ashritha and Malik's board is insane. I have never seen these positions. Okay, yeah. No, don't zoom in. Oh. What? Hakobyan plays out of California. Okay, this kid only plays in big time events. Where have I heard of him from? He played in this event last year. Yeah, I thought this kid sounded familiar. He played Shaketh. Congratulations to National Master Shaketh. He played Shaketh down in Irvine last summer. Pacific Coast Open. That's where Milind made master. A couple years ago, 3-4 years ago. Okay, I knew that name sounded familiar for multiple reasons. That's one of them. The students, those of you who travel, I haven't coached any of these kids in quite a while, but I will be watching the open sections, and it's a lot of fun. The thing we don't want to do as black is fall too far behind in development. So an h6 has got to be played at some point. You play h6, and you probably play d5 as well. But don't fall too far behind in development. So white's gonna play rook he1 real quick. check on the other boards. Got a lot of King's Indian stuff. And once again on Follow Chess, which is where I'm getting this live feed from. Sometimes the moves come in batches. move is taking a while. I don't think white would be taking this long on this move. This, I mean, if you're going to play rook, you're going to play rook h1. It's a matter of timing. So it's not the kind of thing you want to spend. Not that Hakobyan's spending that much time on the move. But generally speaking, you're going to play bishop b5 or bishop c4. We'll pick one, blunder check it, and then make the move. It's not the kind of thing you spend 20 minutes on. Not that that applies here at all. I would imagine, I don't know how these tournaments are broadcast, but some of the other events that are being broadcasted are all, I mean, they're all over the planet on this site. So I would imagine that the organizers of the individual events are submitting the moves to this site, and then the site simply updates. This is not from the actual site. Well, they might just do the same thing. Question is, after h6, what is white going to do with our dark square bishop? You going to take the knight? Is that your intent, or not? I'd imagine with c6, the answer might be not. You might go h4, g3. Or just go back to f4. Probably go to f4. Put pressure on that weak square, you know. Knight d4. So are we going to see this knight d4? You see the knight bd7, and then a d5? That's, knight's going to get hit. It's going to get biffed with d5 if it stays there. Where's that knight going next? g3. You take away bishop f4. White might consider playing d4. d4, you know, c3, bishop d3. you keep the dark square bishop, and you just aim, put your rooks in the e file, you aim everything else, or have the short range on the king side, at the king side. Maybe. Might be d7. So for those of us watching this who might be new to algebraic notation, every square, the algebraic, let's show it here. All right, so algebraic notation is a coordinate system, letters for the files, A through H, in English, and the ranks are 1 through 8. So it's a coordinate system that helps us keep track of the moves. It was invented by the Syrian Stamma, as I understand it. We use it these days, especially in the internet era. We use it because it's much easier to send data with algebraic notation than other chess notations. So it's pretty much the standard. And in Milind's game, when the knight was on b8, both knights could go to d7. So you can't just say knight d7. It's not clear. So what we do is say knight b to d7. Now what if instead the knight was on, say, f8, and Milind played his knight on f8 to d7? What would you say? Well, you couldn't say knight f to d7 because that would not be clear which knight. So in that case, we would use the rank, knight 8 to d7. So you just want to make it clear. That can happen with knights and with rooks. With a pawn, when it captures, you say what file it came from, so it's not an issue. And student watching this, especially future student, do not be afraid of descriptive notation. Do not be afraid of descriptive notation. A lot of classic books have not been transcribed to algebraic notation for whatever the reason. And you'll want access to that information. Some students are afraid of it. It's like anything else. Just learn it. And it doesn't take that long. It's basically from the perspective of the player moving. That's descriptive notation. Do not be afraid of it. Well, maybe Hakobyan did take a lot of time on that move. Perhaps he was going into a deep think as to how to proceed. Milind's gotten in time trouble in a couple of the games that we've seen in this event. Yeah, knight g3. All right, we had a knight b6. Just grab something to eat again. Knight d4. So what do you do about a knight f5? The knight d. Keep the bishop. Checking on the other boards here. Draw on board 1. Quite into this. Sure. The bishop's going to d8. Only it can't. So you have to take. Knight bd7 and then bishop f8, but just bishop f8, huh? Okay, so pawn takes, bishop takes, knight d5, bishop d4. That's the last round here. Imagine 4:30. Right, bishop takes, knight d5, bishop d4, bishop g7, takey, king takes. Check the other boards here. Hmm. Some interesting games. Shweta's got a nice position against Melik. Wu Yang and Sabina, that's... Wu Yang is going for it on the king side. Good job, human being, with that noisy automobile. Sounds like a lawnmower farting. Yeah, that's impressive. And it's not very fast. That's the thing. If it's a noisy automobile, but it's fast, well, at least it's fast. You know, there's a reason for the noise. Otherwise, why is it noisy? Just for the sake of being noisy? Do you need a tune-up? Are you an asshole? Those are all legitimate questions. Right, okay, knight d5. So bishop d4? Not much choice, right? And bishop g7. See a bishop f. Are we going to see a bishop f3 at some point? See a rook he1. Prove me wrong. as Milind put his white square bishop. D7. Slide the other rook over. Okay, so bishop f3. The knight is going to f6. We'll see a challenge on the E file. He wants to keep a minor piece on e6. So rook he1, bishop e6, so the knight has minor piece sustained. Yeah. Knight could also go to g6 to sustain the rook. Right. Let's mention an important point now. For the most part, cursor doesn't go that far. That's right there. Boom. Move 20. Now, if you blunder check, or well, whatever you do, student, that is my current former student, future student, whoever watching this, you should be able to make it to move 20 against anybody in the world. At least move 20. Have somewhat of a playable position. Be able to try to do something. Doesn't mean that you're not lost. No, maybe, you're playing Vichy and you're already lost at move 20. Well, hey, you got to play Vichy. So, move 20. You got to stay in the game. You can't beat yourself early. So don't. Be able to make it to move 20, which means avoid mistakes, avoid blunders. You don't have to find the best move. Just find a playable move. And stay in the game. Don't beat yourself. You should be able to make it to move 20. And if not, there's something, there's serious, it's not your, I mean, if you're playing something that's outright bad, don't. But you can't blame it on anything other than your own play. You've got to be able to make it to move 20. And there's going to be times where, it's an opening you're not familiar with and you didn't handle it probably. Yeah, that's going to happen and that's okay. But make it to move 20. I'm not sure who was it. Bartholomew? I am Bartholomew. I never met him. I like his videos. I've watched a number of them over the years. They're fantastic. And I think somebody in social media land, wherever it was, they go, "Hey, Master Bartholomew, I'm trying to, what rating were they trying to reach? I don't know, 1500, 18, whatever it was." And I don't know, it was a good question, but what should I do? Should I study this opening or this system? What do I do to make it to that, whatever rating it was? And he's like, look, he could basically tell you to do this, that, and the other thing. But if you're blundering, then it doesn't matter what he recommends. It doesn't matter what you do because you're blundering. So that's job number one, and that's where the blunder check comes in. Next time you see Milind, you can ask him about the blunder check. He'll tell you if you ask him nicely enough. It helps a player. It's a technique that helps a player avoid blundering. That's it. And if your move isn't blundering, it's not a mistake. Now, it may be inaccurate, but if you're not making mistakes, you can't lose. Now, that's a theoretical question, and I would entertain explanations as to why I'm wrong. But especially scholastically and at the club level, if you don't blunder, you're not going to lose. You can't lose because probably the opponent's going to blunder, unless, they're doing something similar to avoid mistakes, in which case, okay, now we're talking. Now we've got a game. So the blunder check, this standard blunder check, series of questions you ask about your intended move before you make it. Before you make it. Before. And you've handled threats already. Let's pretend you've already done that. Okay, question number 1, is my move safe? Meaning, the piece you're moving in the square it's going to, are you going to lose material with that move on that square? Is the piece going to that square that you're moving? Is that piece sustained if it's going to be captured? Sustained adequately? Is my move safe? Can just give away the material. Coach, I was playing Sac City. No, you weren't. Didn't say that ahead of time. You said it too late, which means excuse. Question number 2. And these are just in order of being in order for the sake of being in order. So they're easier to remember. Question number 2, is my king safe? Of course, that's the most important question. And there you'll have to use your judgment. Just because the opponent can give a check doesn't mean your king isn't necessarily safe. Just because they can expose your king doesn't necessarily mean your king isn't safe. You're going to have to use your judgment. Now, they get 3 pieces on your king, you got a problem. They get initiative. They can continue to bring pieces to the attack against your king. You're going to have to use your judgment. Do they have play against your king or not? Is your king safe? Just because you can't castle anymore doesn't mean your king isn't safe. Question number 3, does my opponent have any tactics? Not tic-tacs, because somebody's breath stinks. No, tactics, double attacks. Does my opponent have a fork, a pin, a skewer, discovery? Does my opponent have any tactics? Question number 4, is everything else okay? And everything, you want to be like Gary Oldman in The Professional, but instead of everyone, say everything. It means like that. Everything, which is an unfair question, but it gives you a chance to double check to make sure you're not taking on a weakness unnecessarily. Now, with question number 1, is my move safe? There can be an exception. Maybe you're gambiting. Maybe you're sacrificing and you have logical reasons to do so. Okay. Question number 2, is my king safe? You can't have an exception to that. Now, maybe you know more about the position than anyone else, and you're in your own preparation, and you're going to walk your king wherever it is. It looks dangerous, but you know, okay, so be it. But it's a judgment call. There cannot be an exception to number 2. Blunder check, question number 3. Does my opponent have any tactics? There can be an exception. If you want to give the opponent tactics, fine. Just make sure you're making a larger threat at the end of the day and can execute a larger threat. You can give them a fork so long as you can make a bigger threat. Question number 4, is everything else okay? That's almost an unfair question. Everything else has to be okay. Now, once again, if you're having an exception that's been explained logically, that doesn't necessarily pertain differently from 1 and 3 to 4. So you're going to take on a weakness, but da-da-da-da. Okay, fine. If your move passes the blunder check, it's not a mistake. Beginners, intermediates, if basically you want to get to 1800, you just do that. You handle threats and you do blunder check. That's it. Nothing else really matters. Yeah, you know your checkmates and practice tactics. Yes, yes, yes. But there's no magic formula. Blunder check. If you want to add more to it, and you know, do your own blunder check. This is your game. This is your thought process, your technique. It's not mine. It's yours. You do what you want with it. But if you want to add something to the standard blunder check, move old 4, make it number 5, and a new number 4. What are the consequences of my intended move? Compare and contrast. And then move on to, is everything else okay? It's kind of the same thing as 4, but sometimes that can help. So the blunder check. Should I put it on the screen? I don't know where I'd put it on the screen. Below the PGN? Well, I'm sure if you're listening, it probably typed it out on YouTube, so you can just read it there. And in my experience, and coaching and training almost 20 years, scholastically here in the South Bay and the East Bay a little bit, it works every single time. Every single time. Now, it doesn't mean you can start playing in the open section and winning with just the blunder check. No. It doesn't mean you're going to be able to even compete in that section. No. But what it means is that you're not going to be making blunders. Say you, whatever, expert section. You're not going to be making blunders. You're not going to be beating yourself. You're going to be in games more and more and more. You're going to be playing much stronger. And of course, when the student doesn't use it, then they may make a mistake. And I've had that all. Coach, blunder check didn't work. Okay, tell me what happened. I got forked and I lost. How'd you get forked? Did you blunder check that move? No. Well, if you don't remember to do it, it's not a lot that it can do to help you. It's a skill like any other. So what you want to do is deliberately, say you learned about it, boom, right here. We'll apply it for the next 3 weeks in all the games you play, every single move. Now, don't cheat. Don't bring notes to the board and, read it right. No. But practice using it as a skill, meaning as often as you can in all your games, every single move. And you'll master the skill, meaning it'll be like tying your shoe. At first, when you tie your shoe for the first time, I don't know how long it took me, but I'll ask students, and they do know how long it took them because they just did it 2 years ago. They remember. I don't remember. It's 40 years ago, whatever it was. Well, how long did it take you? 5 minutes, 10 minutes? Well, blunder check is no different. And you tie your shoe again, and then you tie your shoe again, and you get a little better. You learn a little more about it. You're quicker at it. Overall, the experience is, you're getting acclimated to it. You're getting adjusted to it. You're getting better at it. And that will continue to be the case. So pretty soon you will have mastered the blunder check, and then it will happen like when you're tying your shoe. Now you tie your shoe. If you've done it a zillion times, you don't think about it. You just do it. The blunder check is no different. Once you master the skill, it becomes ingrained in you, and you do it automatically. So you can spend your focus, your concentration, your time, your effort, your energy deliberately on other more advanced ideas, others. But up until that point, you've got to master it. And it does work across the board. Every single one of my students who's ever used it, it doesn't mean they continue to use it. Does Milind use blunder check anymore? I don't know. I haven't asked him. But I know when we were working together, yeah, he was using it. He was using it very well. And all the students are capable of using it very well. It doesn't matter if you have a coach or not, or who, what, where, when. It doesn't matter. It works. So try it out. If it doesn't work, bring it to my attention, and we can talk about why. But it works 100% of the time with 100% of my students over almost 20 years, or however long I've been coaching, 15 years, I don't know. And I did not make it up. I heard about it from my old coach, Arjo. And it has worked fantastically. So, blunder check. I'll put it on the screen. It's important enough to put on the screen. I am still an OBS noob. I already have it listed, so we're just gonna do, I don't know what text it's gonna appear as. It might be pretty big. It might be pretty big. Yeah, maybe pretty big, maybe. Just a little. This is from some prior something or other. Hey. There you go. Okay, boom. The blunder check. It might be a little cramped, but that's it. Is my move safe? Is my king safe? Does my opponent have any tactics? Is everything else okay? That's the standard blunder check. And for those coaches, those trainers out there, if you're watching this, and what do I do if it's a total beginner? Somebody who knows the moves and the rules, but otherwise is a beginner to play. Start with just the first two, or start with just the first question. Is my move safe? Total beginner, okay, just make sure where they're moving, their move is safe. It's a good start. A lot of players don't even do that. That's fine. Then start incorporating the king. Of course, you're going to be doing tactical puzzles with them. The tactics part can take some time, but it's very important because all scholastic games, these two, I'm assuming Hakobyan is still in high school. I don't know that. Maybe he just graduated high school. Actually, if he's born in 2004, he probably just graduated high school, unless he already did or something. But this is, the top players in the country at this age, pretty much, for the most part. But otherwise, scholastic chess, when you're, in your first quads, your local Swiss, you're playing U1500, playing one-day tournaments, you're playing at an age level, a grade level, you're playing U1800, you're playing at your local club, your games are going to come down to tactics. Period. Somebody's going to miss a tactic and lose, unless there's an outright blunder. It's very rare that it's a strategic battle, an amateur player. Incredibly rare. It doesn't mean that those positions don't arise, they do, but generally somebody misses a tactic. So make sure that's not you, and make sure you don't miss a tactic that the opponent can employ against you. So number 3 will require a lot of time. And some players will do the blunder check, as in go through the checklist, for the sake of just checking it off their to-do list when it's their turn to move. Oh, Coach Matthew, yeah, blunder check. Yeah, I did that. How long did you spend? A couple seconds, but I did it. Now, you're the one asking yourself the questions for the blunder check. If you lie to me, that says a lot about you, but I don't really, whatever, it doesn't matter. But if you're lying to yourself, you're asking yourself a legitimate question and you're lying to yourself with the answer, you've got a lot bigger issues than a move in a game of chess to deal with. So go do all that first. Go handle that. When you ask yourself a question, get to your answer. It doesn't have to be the same answer as me when I'm asking myself the same question in the same position, but find your answer. Have your reasons. It's fine. But try to get to an actual answer for the question you're asking yourself. Is my move safe? Give it a fair shake of the stick. Some players will go through it. Some students I've had before, they rattle through it. And just because you do it doesn't mean you can't blunder. If you don't do it maybe not even as best you can, but to the best of your ability, then you could do one of the steps incorrectly. And then what's the point? The whole point is to avoid a mistake. And by a student not doing it to the best of their ability, or trying to do it to the best of their ability, just kind of half-assing it, just going through the motions, those players don't cut it. They don't cut it because they always look for the easy way out. They always look for the, not that it's a better way. The easier, we like working smart. But if they're trying to cut a corner just to cut the corner, not because it's the correct way to proceed, they just don't feel like putting forth the effort. Blunder check is not for you. Chess is also not for you. Probably. Unless you're lucky, in which case, have at it. But put some effort into the blunder check and you will be rated 1800. Boom. Just like that. Just like that. And once again, tell me if I'm wrong. You try this out and it doesn't work, let me know. I would be interested to hear about it. remember way back. One of the local around here in California, the big Scholastic National Championships, they don't come out this far to the West Coast. They just don't. So if it's a national championship, it's junior Congress, so something like that. So I remember there's a photo on the Twitter with Milind when he was, I don't know how old he was, but he was 6 or 7. And there at that tournament, at that point, none of my students had ever won, tied for first or won clear first in any section in a national championship. And there were 3 kids playing for a title in this tournament. And I was thinking, okay, by the numbers, somebody's got to win. They all lost. But the point is that one of the kids, Varun, who used to come to the club when Milind, back then, we used to meet on Mondays. And back then we met for a long time. We'd meet every Monday in Santa Clara from like 6 until 9 o'clock, maybe even 5:30. I don't think we started at 5, but we did start at 6. It got moved to 7 at some point, much later on. But back then we met for 3 hours every Monday. And Varun would be there. And Varun just learned the blender check whenever it was. And before the last round, you know how kids are. All the kids are extremely nice individuals, which is awesome. So before the last round, everybody goes to their board and they introduce themselves to their opponent, perhaps. And he's talking to his opponent. And I hear about this later on after the fact. He goes, "Hey, you know about the blunder check?" And Varun was like a third grader back then. His opponent goes, "Blunder check? No, what are you talking about?" And Varun goes, "Oh, check this out." And he proceeds to explain the blunder check and what it is, how to use it, why it's important, so on and so forth. And then the opponent uses it against him in the game, and Varun ends up losing. And then we talked about what happened afterwards, and he told me that story. So anyways, it's common knowledge now. Everybody knows about the blunder check as the years have gone on. But that I remember that tournament quite well. That was fun. It was the first time I saw an iPad, I think, at that tournament. Or maybe I'm confusing that tournament with a different. I'm confusing the picture with the Varun tournament. Those are from different events, I think. After a while, they kind of all merged together. Stockfish like Rook H4. Rook H4 looked pretty interesting. Knight H5. I should probably take the blunder check off the screen because it doesn't apply to these 2 players. It applies to a different crowd. We'll take it down here. And I've seen instances of it. I remember when was it? I believe it was the first time Cam visited the club for a simul. Cameron Wheeler from Cupertino. And Cam was 2250 back then. And for that What's neat around here, you know, Cupertino, Saratoga, Sunnyvale, San Jose, Mountain View. I had worked with his dad, tournament directing or volunteering at tournaments, local tournaments, way back when I first got into the game. This was going almost 20 years back. So I see Rob at a gas station in Saratoga. I say, hey, does Cam want to come down to the club and give a simul? He goes, I'll ask him. So, anyways, Cameron comes down and he's FIDE Master 2250. I don't know what year this was. And I think this was the first simul he'd given, certainly the first one on our club. One of the players playing against Cameron, Martin, was rated about 450. And Martin arrived late. Martin was probably a third grader, second grader back then, something like that. And Martin was there with his baby sister at the board, you know. And when I say baby, I mean she was very young. She couldn't walk. So she's, you know, kind of always tugging at his leg and just being around him, you know, which can be a little distracting for a chess player in a simul. So Martin arrives late, and at that simul, the players were, Cameron allowed this, the players were given their choice of color, and Martin chose black. And secretly, I didn't tell any of the students that there was a prize. I think this was the case. There was a prize if you chose the black piece. Like I gave the student a scorebook, but I didn't tell them ahead of time. I didn't make it public. And I think two of the kids chose black. Martin chose black, which is gutsy. If I'm playing Cameron, I'm gonna want to go first, whatever the color is, if I have that choice. So Martin chooses black, and he arrives a little bit late. And then the game ends in a draw. And afterwards, I do remember chunks of the game. It was like 4 pawns spread out against, you know, another 4 pawns, and Cameron offered the draw. And afterwards, I asked, and Cameron's a phenomenal player. Let me just put that out there right there. And this is in a simul. Anyways, after the game, I go, hey, you know, Martin, you know, what happened? How did you, awesome. How did you draw Cameron Wheeler in this simul? What did you do? He said, Coach, and of course in a simul, and it was about a 21, 22 board simul, you know, the master is at whatever board and goes whatever direction around the room, clockwise, counterclockwise, making moves all around the boards in order. So a player versus the master has got 2 minutes, at least initially, for every move, 3 minutes, a minute and a half, whatever it is. And you've got 3 passes as well, pretty standard stuff. So I asked Martin, I go, Martin, what do you do? He goes, well, Coach, I had time to look for threats and blunder check every single time it was my turn to move. Because Cameron would come to his board, Martin would move, Cameron would move, and then Cameron would leave, go to the next board. So Martin would be able to look for his threats and then blunder check his move and have enough time, more or less, to do so reasonably well in that situation every single turn. And he ended up drawing. And what's interesting is I don't think Martin came to the club after that. He took his draw against Wheeler and was like, yeah, I'm down to here. I can't blame you. When I played Cameron, I lost. Remember that game, Sacramento. So look for threats, blunder check. And it doesn't, of course, it's not one-on-one. But the point being, it can cut the gap quite a bit. It's ballpark 1800 if you use it as best you can. The second time Cameron came, we lost every game except for one board drew. The second time Cameron visited the club, and that draw was Milind. Milind drew Cameron. And that was a pretty good game. Cam's crossed 2,500 yet? I would think so. I can make a Star Wars reference, so I will. Utidi! Yeah, Cam goes to school. Bonus point, student, if you can tell me either what, well, not what planet, but what kind of being would say that? And I've had a student with that last name, which bonus point to that kid. Moksha. That was a good group there. Okay, rook c8. Rook c8. Rook c8. Rook c8. Rook c8. What's the plan with rook c8? Are we going to see like a rook a4, chop d5, knight f6 kind of thing? Milind's got 11 left on his clock. And shout out to all those students from Cam's generation. And there's a bunch out here. But they've been incredibly generous with their time, their energy, their efforts, sharing their experiences, their knowledge, their love of the game, their passion, everything with the younger students. I'm talking, Cameron, Vignesh, Keshav, Udit. Those are, the Cupertino students. And then some of the other students I've run into, Ashrita, they've all really inspired, maybe not, the next generation, but the kids a couple years younger, just by doing what they do, not even deliberately trying to inspire. They just naturally, it just happens. And there's a lot more of them than just those that I've named. And they really do pave the way. I remember back when it was there wouldn't be so many folks from this part of the country playing in these events at this age. No. And then you've got, Sevion going back. You've got Shanklin going back a little further. And it had to start somewhere, Vinay Bhatt. It's got to start somewhere. And little by little, it's a community kind of working together, maybe not deliberately, but even if they're opposing each other, steel sharpens steel. And at some point, there can only be one winner, but everybody does and can help everybody else. And the younger students, not only do they look up to them, but they can study their games. And then, maybe they've played them, maybe they run into them, go, hey! And see them at a tournament, and they're not, they're not a. It's not someone you're afraid to. It's somebody in your peer group, kind of. So that sense of familiarity where you're not awestruck. Although, yeah, this is a chess superstar, yes, somebody with a really high rating who can flat out play, yes, but it doesn't mean that you can't approach. No, it's kind of like your neighbor. It's like, oh, we're from the same city. That's cool. Oh, you went to that school? I went to this school over there, right next to. Yeah. So you've got something in common. Boom. And isn't that how a lot of That's how it used to be. Like when you're a kid, you have something in common with another kid. Boom, you're friends. Not that you're friends with one of them, but you know what I mean. Gives you something that you have in common, which is not a bad thing. Steven Zerk, Tanuj. How far back do you want to go? Not that Tanuj is going way back. Berserk is going back a little bit. King D2. That's one of the neat things. If you're a coach or trainer and you live, around here, you can arrange a simul on the streets, meaning you can just bump into a strong chess player and negotiate a simul, at the gas station or walking on the sidewalk. You can, yeah, yes. A lot of folks out here play chess, and some of them play very well. Like, well enough where you pay them money to come down and play. So that's what I mean. That well. No one's trying to get to move 40, but beforehand, let's have some playable positions here. Yeah, A6. That knight on H5 is really annoying. check on the other boards here. There we go. Ruyang Sabina has still got the most pieces on the board, I think. It's everything but 2 pawns. here. When a rook goes pawn hunting, you want to make sure it doesn't get trapped. So let's say rook d4. We have 97, and the rook takes on d6, apparently winning a pawn. The knight will then go to f5, and this rook has nowhere safe to go. It's somewhat trapped. It's dominated by pieces of lesser value. So when you've got a rook that's going pawn hunting, especially in the opening, in the middle game, when there's a lot of pieces on the board, make sure it doesn't get trapped, and even in the endgame, look for trappable pieces. Not sure what the final tally was. I think they had around 1,000 participants. I don't know if that's good or not these days. I really don't. I know that numbers have been low across the board, sometimes extremely low. But I don't know what their typical numbers are for this event out there. just check the stream real quick.
We did have streaming issues yesterday. Yeah, that's fine.
I didn't know it would jump and show that screen. But yes, it is up. Take. A very good example, regardless of the end result, of the importance of studying rook endings. Now, I realize that's not on the square the rook is on, but the rooks start in the corners. Of course, we know that. Yeah. That being the case, a lot of players are not good with their rooks. And now, I'm not saying that's the case in this game. It is not. It is not the case. But the point is, rooks generally join the battle later than the other pieces. Out here, a lot of scholastic players are garbage with their rooks. I don't mean my students. I mean historically. So get a rook into play early. Castle first. So you can get a rook into play before the opponent. So you can get both rooks into play before the opponent. If you've got both rooks in play and the opponent doesn't, your rating automatically goes up 200 points. Do that. Rest in peace, Coach David Donaldson. Coach David used to do the ding, where he'd have, the bell, and you would bing, bing, bing with a little push down, I don't want to call it button, but the little ringer, bing, bing. You want to get the attendant's attention, one of those old-fashioned bells, We'd be in group class, and when he was the lead at wherever it was, Brookvale, Faria, you name it, he'd have that out there. And anytime a student would connect the rooks, the traditional way, as in you castle, then you connect the rooks. I had a student, I'm not making this up. I've mentioned Ashritha in this tournament. I never taught her, but I used to teach at Silver Oak, where she went to school as a kid. I taught there for over a decade. And I had one student connect the rooks. What did the kid do? The kid played as black. The kid played like A5, G5. I'm not making this up. This is a true story, beginner class. Knight H6, Rook A6, Rook G6, Rook 6, Rook G to G8. And then he raises his hand, because I didn't have the bell. I would just tell them to raise their hand and give them a bonus point. In chess class after school, Silver Oak, give them a bonus point. This kid raised their hand. I forget who it was. Coach Matthew connected the rooks. I came over and I don't know if I was laughing out loud, but the kid got their bonus point. That's not what I meant. So now I have to qualify it, because half of these, some of those kids from that school, I remember the student Michael, they're really sharp. They've got the legal mind. Michael was going on, I'll go ahead and say this is a true story. They were having some sort of school performance, and they were charging for the tickets to go watch the students act, perform, whatever it was, but it was all students in the performance, and whoever it was charging for tickets, charging money, some nominal fee, and the students weren't getting a cut. They were not getting a direct cut, and Michael was not happy about that. He was talking about child labor and all this stuff as an elementary schooler, and he had some very good points. Very good points. He was making his case, and he wasn't wrong. He was not wrong. So that school, very strong chess playing school. Shout out to all those students over all the years. But that, connecting the rooks, it doesn't mean that way, So Coach Dave would have the bell up there at the desk or wherever it was, and when the student would connect their rooks, they'd come up and ding, and everybody knew it was a good thing. And it was perhaps a little more noise than you're accustomed to, but this is for training purposes, and also to really hammer home the importance via a point bribe, which was a brilliant idea, to get the kids to get their rooks into play more. Because you got to be able to use your rooks, and you're going to have 3/4 of your end games are going to be pawn endings and rook endings. So study those end games. You're going to experience them frequently. And there's a half point here, full point there. Points are going to be at stake. It's like golf. I like golf. Am I a good golfer? No. But golf is terrific. And with golf, if you've got a bad short game, guess what? You've got a bad golf game. The end game in chess, it to me is the equivalent of the short game in golf. You could be your openings can be, oh yeah, well, they can be through the roof, terrific. Middle game, fantastic. But if you cannot close strongly, if you don't finish strong, why are you finishing at all? You've got to be able to close it out. What's the good in going up a pawn if you can't convert? Speaking of Zerk, there's an old legend. I don't really know if it's true, but I like the story where Zerk would go to the Colty Chess Club in Campbell as a youngster, win some, lose some, draw some, And then he stopped going for like a year. Then he came back and he never lost again at that club. Whether or not that's true, I don't know. How did I hear that story? I don't know. But I like that, like the legend of Steven Zerk. Yeah, that's awesome. Find out how not to lose. That's it. You can be down material. Doesn't mean you've got to lose. So study your rook endings. It might not be the jazziest read. There might not be a terrific amount of information. If you're a beginning, intermediate student, if you've never read an endgame book before, Pandolfini's Endgame Course. It's available at a lot of library systems. That's a good first endgame book. It's terrific, especially if you're, starting off with your chess experience as a youngster. This is not, it's a book that a 7-year-old can pick up, a 6-year-old can pick up, a 5-year-old can pick up, and on their own go through the chess. Maybe they don't understand every word in the book, but they can get through. They can get the gist. They can get exactly what they need. We used that with Milind at a very young age. We went through it regularly, over the board, and then blindfolded, where we went through all the positions, set up over the board in class, and then after that, preparing for nationals, do it blindfolded, where I tell them where the pieces were and just have a blank board in front of them, no pieces on the board. And because he'd gone through it before, but that's how you strengthen an endgame right there, one way. Pandolfini's Endgame Course. Shout out to Bruce Pandolfini. Definitely knows what he's talking about, and that book illustrates it. I don't know if it's been reprinted lately, but it's a classic. A lot of my students like Silman's Endgame Course. I find it to be a bit lacking for that, for the category it's in, as in it has a lot of good, but it doesn't have enough. And a lot of the students who might be interested in a read like that may be a bit older, may be able to digest something a bit more thorough, a bit more challenging. But a lot of students like Silman's Endgame Course. I do like Silman's Reassess Your Chess quite a lot. It's outstanding. Him and Yaz working together, that's terrific. I like Karsten Mueller. Dvoretsky's, the layout in some of the Dvoretsky's books, I'm not a fan of. The layout, it's not his writing or his analysis, certainly not, but it's just the layout. I never cared for it. If a book is difficult to read, I'm probably just not going to read it. And I don't mean the writing, I mean the layout. Who's editing this stuff? Good information, and a lot of the students like Dvoretsky's Endgame Course quite a bit. I would loan that book out, but the last student I loaned it to ended up going to university and took it with him as something to read in his downtime. So shout out to Shopnavo. Yeah, that's not light reading, but apparently for some people it is. I prefer Karsten Mueller myself. Um, I find it to be to have everything I'm looking for a student. But you're gonna have to, and then there's a lot of other options. Yuri Averbach passed recently and had contributed to chess for what seemed more than 100 years. Not that I'm that old, but forever. And his endgame, his Rook Endings book. I don't know the exact title, but Averbach Rook Endings. That's a book that you want. That's a book where if you can pick one chess book that's not a collection of games, you might pick that book. You might. It's that good. Now, maybe these days you don't, but for when it was published, for that era, uh, you can't go wrong. But you're going to have to be able to play Rook Endings, period. Period. And you don't want to dodge them. You're going to want to be able to handle yourself in a Rook Ending. That includes double Rook Endings. So Rook Endings and Pawn Endings are going to be 3/4 of your endgames overall. And maybe when you start playing quads, G30, you're not experiencing any endgames because everything's coming down to tactics. Yeah, at first, sure, but studying the endgame will still help every other facet of your game, period. But your games might not come down to endgame positions yet or ideas, but they will. And scholastically, it's the kind of thing you want to get a head start on because most scholastic players are not strong in the endgame at all. They don't know what to do because they haven't been there. A lot of things are new. So take that element of surprise away from them. You don't want them being surprised in the endgame. What is this? Give them some familiarity. Give them some ideas. Give them some positions. Give them some things to work with. Let them know how to figure things out. Scholastic endgames can be quite weak, generally speaking. So focus there. You've got some tactical wizard that you're training. Focus on their endgame because perhaps they're at an age where they can't read Karsten Mueller on their own. It's too much. They might be that young. So that's where you come in as the coach, as the trainer. You can present the material in class, whereas there's a back and forth. It's not just them with the material. It's them with another human who can explain things if need be. And some of that stuff can be quite complicated, can be quite deep with a lot of questions. And the last thing you want is a student who asks no questions. You just give them something and then it's like it disappeared. That means they're not really using it, or it's way underneath what they're capable of. But with Karsten Mueller, that's not going to be the case. Study your endings. Other endings books. Study Capablanca's games. They're all pretty much illustrative of a endgame genius. Watch Magnus play these days. Greatest endgame player alive by far. Check out Karsten Mueller's writings. He's got videos, I'm sure. Chessbase. And Dvoretsky passed a couple years ago. Maybe it was a couple years ago. But he's got some material as well out there. And Dvoretsky's books have gone up in price. Chess books, they fluctuate. Regardless of the economy, chess books will fluctuate in price quite a bit. It can be entertaining somewhat unless you're looking for that book, We've talked about books for a while here. When a student has a book, and it's theirs, I don't mean a library book or someone else's book that they're reading, I mean their own book. How many times are they going to read it? 4. On a good day, 4. I don't mean all in one day, but you know what I mean. 4 times. The first time they go through the book, no matter what the book is, are they going to get 100% out of the book? No. How much are they going to get? 25%. Then they'll go through it again. They've already gone through the book before. So they're going to go through it a little quicker. And they're going to have mastered some of those positions or know them pretty well and then know them even better. So they're going to get about another 25%. Then they're going to go through the book again. And they're going to get about another 25% and go through it a lot quicker. And know that much more going through it the third time. And then the fourth time they go through the book, boom, boom, they know this, that, the other thing. They know this book. They know this book. Now, time-wise, you can't do that with every single book. But ideally, if you've got just a couple of really good recommendations that are appropriate for the student with an author they enjoy, a material they like, a book they want to read on their own. This is not work. They're not being forced to do it. They want to do it by choice. Well, they want, 4 times. That might seem somewhat sensational. It isn't. Go to your favorite book. Lord of the Rings. How many times have some people read that book? Or Harry Potter. Or Dune. Whatever you want. Speaking of chess books, I haven't gotten a chess book in quite a while. I haven't even checked out the market since the pandemic. The chess book market, I have no clue what's been out there. No clue. We used to give out some books in the group classes where we'd have a point system, and at the end of the session, whoever had the most points would get a book. And sometimes it was a pretty nice book, as in it had an autograph from the author in it, or it was an old book out of print. Some of the books were pretty slick. And so I have never, have I ever read a chess book online? Or on a tablet? Nah. I don't, no. I'll use an engine and whatnot, but I want the physical book. White's got some space here. What does black do about their H-pawns?
gonna be tough to hold this endgame here.
The king side gets liquidated. The white king is going to already be in position to head to the queen side. Next move is time control. At some point, we're going to see a G3. So white can have a 2-on-1. Let's check the other boards. Nijnik won. Cordova beat John Daniel Bryant. Hakobyan beat Batoon. Ashrita beat Melik. Nice. Not that I root against Kachian, not at all. But you gotta root for the local kids. It's a rule. Sabina Ruyang. But a lot of trades. D5. How do you keep the A6 pawn? Brought up Coach David earlier in the stream, and Coach David used to teach at Faria. Milind went to Faria after Coach David had taught there, right, much later. But at Faria, at one point, for the 3 chess classes, the after-school classes at Faria, and I've taught at Faria myself, and like half of the students played rated chess in the after-school program. Half, which is a huge percentage, typically, unless it's a chess school, which I don't think Faria was, but you could have said that it was, and you wouldn't have been wrong. But at one point at Faria, you had Coach David teaching beginners, Coach Ted teaching intermediate, and Coach Ricardo teaching advanced. I can't name a better group to teach a beginning, intermediate, quote unquote beginning, quote unquote intermediate, quote unquote advanced. I don't think there's a better trio for that requirement than those 3 together. Nope. So I came right afterwards to Faria. So no wonder all the kids played. No wonder they were all really strong. Made my job a lot more fun and a lot easier, let me tell you. Faria. A lot of my students over the years have gone to Faria. That's a game I have never played. Faria. But it's a game that looks good, but what is that Faria NES on eBay? Probably, I'm curious. I want to look that up. I'm guessing about 125 bucks. It ain't gonna be cheap. The white knight is gonna go to c5. Force a trade that black doesn't want to make. Possible. Whoa. Well, I'll shop around with Faria. You're looking at about 150. At least. What does that mean? Emulation. If you're into that game. Or you don't mind spending that kind of money on it. Knight f4, knight d3, knight c5. Possibly. Well, maybe it's my fault. We're 0 for 4 in this National Open. They've all been instructive games. And in the open section, it's going to be tough. You can't end up taking on f4. Well, I guess that works. Knight d5 is a little more straightforward. e5. Or that. This endgame did not have to be so tight here. Question for the student. Can white promote to a black piece? The answer is no. White may promote to a white piece. Black may promote to a black piece. On a good day with white, you get your queen to f1. Milind wants to keep threatening to promote and get rid of that h-pawn. Where did white go wrong? Probably an earlier knight to c5. Blacks. I mean, that f-pawn is dangerous. Keep that in play. I'm not sure what white does to win this. That h3 pawn is coming off the board. And the king is going to go back and forth between g2, g1. How does white buy time to get their king over? Because black is going to constantly renew the threat of promotion. Every single move. That's all you do. If Milind draws this, that's a gutty draw. But we've got a lot of moves left here. When do you need to know something like this? Well, the rook pawns make it a little more complicated, but king and queen against king and pawn on the 7th rank. Ignore the rook pawns for now. But you've got king and queen against king and pawn on the 7th. Those are very good, very practical, fundamental endings that every student needs to know. Against the bishop pawn on the 7th, the two center pawns, what the technique, what the ideas are, what the technique is, then against the knight pawns, and then the rook pawns. Very basic, very fundamental endgames that, when do you need to know that? In your first quads, U1200, no. It would help, but no. U1500, yeah, you've got to start knowing that stuff around there, certainly. Those are pretty basic in terms of non-mating, and I mean, they're the next level endgames. You've got your basic king against king and pawn. Got your king, rook, and pawn against king and rook endgames. This would go in with those. But not this position, but king and queen against king and pawn on the 7th. Here it's a little more complicated with the rook pawns, but Milind has just got to keep threatening to promote that f pawn. That's it. Well, it's not it, but that's the crux of the position here for black. With accurate play, this feels like a draw. I don't know, but it feels like a draw. Okay, we've got queen b5. Yep, king g2. White was clearly winning a while ago. He's got to be a little tough in that regard. Right? If you're Milind, you want to always make sure you can renew the threat of promoting. Always. So of course you don't go in front of the pawn. Don't go in front of the pawn. Ooh. On a very good day for king and queen against king and pawn on the 7th. That's one idea, to get the king to go in front of the pawn. Then you can bring your king closer. Repeat, and then either go for mate or go after the material, and then go for checkmate. But here it's not possible. King goes to h. Threatening to promote again. King H2. Noisy chair. Of course, now when I want it to make noise, it doesn't make noise. We're yang up a couple of pawns against Sabina. We're yang with a bad bishop, but 2 pawns to the good. Right? So we're just going to see this idea repeated. Queen D1. Go to G2. Just renew the threat of promotion every single time. Get out of check. right? Go to G1. H2 is fine. Okay, so Milind promotes to queen. Okay, we're going to see the black queen just give a zillion checks. Go ahead and count to a zillion. Mm-hmm. There's nowhere for the white king to hide ultimately. It's just too much space for the black queen to use. Too many angles You can approach a target from multiple angles. Here, you can approach from whatever angle you want. Keep the queen on the board. And give check. Just make sure you can continue to give check. This is a draw. Proper play, this is a draw. Should be a draw so the players can go and rest for the last round. And these two are clearly hungry players, you know. Nowhere near their prime. Or their peak, if you will. This is, according to US chess.org member service area, this Hakobyan's only been playing rated for a couple of years. He must have, you know, clearly been playing beforehand. But clearly, you know, I don't know anything about him, but he's got a lot of chess left in him. There's no doubt about that. This kid can play. Do I not have enough? Hang on. Do I need to make the window larger? Uh-oh. Okay, that's not what I want to do. Hang on. Edit, undo. Okay. Yeah, that one. Thank you, OBS. What do you think I clicked on? need more space here. Shrink it, and then that'll expand the, give more expansion room to the PGN display. This is a draw. And there is no insufficient losing chances with this time control. Increment. So you have to play it out. You'll claim perpetual. I figured white would interpose with the queen. He's moving the king. The king has nowhere to hide. Well, play with the window again here. We're at the 4.5-hour mark in this game. And this demonstrates the importance of stamina in competitive chess. It's not easy to be focused and concentrating, engaged in a game, in an activity, for 4.5 hours straight. Not easy. At this level, it is mandatory. You've got to be able to focus and concentrate. And I learned that from Ashrita, who was playing, I believe, on the board right next to this one. When she was invited to her first U.S. women's championship, she was 13? I think she was 13. And she was interviewed by, I think it was KGO, Channel 7, ABC Channel 7 here. And I don't think the interviewer was familiar with scholastic chess, so they asked a question that I didn't think was, it's an understandable question, but I thought it was a little bit of a knock on scholastic chess. But you know, she's asking Ashrita, who was the youngest player in the field then, the only teenager in the field back then. Everyone else, you know, considerably more experienced and older. Interviewer goes, hey, how does a teenager, how does a 13-year-old compete against the top female players in the United States? Not a country with a small population. And Shritha said 2 words, focus and concentration. Absolutely. Dead on. And she would know. So you've got to be able to bring that. And sitting down, it might look, hey, you just sit down on your behind, and no, your mind has to be going full speed with the position at hand. And if you lose focus for 1 split second, you can just throw it all out the window right there and then forget about it. There are no tricks in this position. Next round is in under 2 hours. Players are going to want to get a little bit of break in. Eat something light. Like here, let's say the game ended right now. Just pretend. Game ends. In whatever result. Although it's going to be a draw. Do you have a regular size meal? And the answer is no, because you want I would say a good 2 hours to digest your food. You get, a little bit less is fine, but a full meal now would be pushing it. If you're going to have, say, a small full meal, make it light. Make it light. Don't make it heavy. The last thing you want to do is eat a big meal right before an important game, because all the blood is going to go to your stomach to help digest all the food you just ate, instead of going to your brain where it needs to go. So here you could have maybe a snack, and then after the last, well, it's still going to be the last round, so but you don't have a large dinner, assuming you're playing in the next round, right after this round, here and now, hour 30 minutes before the last round. I would want to finish, on a good day, I'd want to finish 2 hours before the start of my next round. If you want to cut that to 90 minutes, okay, but give yourself an hour to digest the food, and you can't hurry this kind of stuff up. Don't. And when you're playing on the road, diet can be very important. You're going to have certain things that you eat, maybe certain things you don't eat. Make sure wherever you're going that that's been taken care of, that it's not going to be an issue for you during the event. Last thing you want to do is go to a tournament. Let's say, you're vegetarian, you're vegan, and you go to an event and you can't get any good veggie food. You can't get any good vegan food. It's just not there for whatever the reason. And it should be, but it's not. Well, you want to make sure that isn't you. So maybe you travel with, or you're there with a relative or someone, who you've done some scouting, you know where to go to get the food you need, the food that you can actually, that will help you perform. You don't want to have to just, say they've got one option and you eat that every single day. No. And if you're an organizer, make sure you can provide all of those options for all of those types of players. Because if not, you're not being fair to all of the competitors. keep giving checks and make sure the queen does not come off the board. Mm-hmm. Okay, you go to G4. With queen on G4, you can coordinate with the king against the pawn potentially. You have king H3 ideas to, take the pawn. And just go back down and give a check and repeat, Yeah. Mm-hmm. All right, the pawn is coming off the board. Queen g3, that's it. And you take. Well, that was a gutty draw by Milind. Nice going, kid. He was lost. He hung in there. That's why you don't resign. Draw. Terrific, entertaining game. Thank you to both players. Clearly, these are two players to keep your eye on from California. Nice draw. For Milind. Nice draw. Let's check this out here. Okay. Not desirable, but okay, fine. It's playable, you know. Yeah, okay. Okay. This is fine. Rook c8, I'm not sure what Milind was trying to do with Rook c8. I still don't understand that. This is okay. This is fine. Rook e6, right, that's fine. Okay. Here. Now after knight g7, you have to take, and after the knight goes to g7, it's going to come back to f5, and it's going to hit two pawns that you can't defend. You cannot defend after this knight. Okay, so where's the cursor here? All right, so this knight is going to go g7. The rook has to take, right? So instead you want to play f5. So that way they've got to take you. So knight g7, and after the capture, we're going to see the knight go back to f5, where it forks h6 and d6. Pawns coming off the board. So king e7. Instead, you want to play pawn f5. Okay, so Milind's down a pawn. But he really pushes on the king side. And this should not have been a draw. Your white is completely winning. Okay, knight f4 to d3 to c5. And that should be it. I don't know. I think you just play knight c5. This is fine. It may be that. I think the move you play here is knight d5. And I don't know what you do as black. But never say die. Never give up. Never surrender. This is a gutty endgame by Milind. Very instructive too. So thanks to both players for the game. Thank you for teaching us. And that was round 8, the National Open. I'm gonna take a break, and we'll see who's on the live board in the last round. So that's going to do it for this stream. Thank you for watching.